Ini gini aja Bu, buat ini biar muter terus nanti.
Recording in progress.
Oh iya, nggak apa-apa.
Kalian nggak dapat lah tuh. Apa? Kalian nggak dapat lah. Atau tiga, itu ada 40 kan?
Sekarang ada nggak?
Nanti habis ini.
Saya share ulang lagi ya, nanti.
Oke. Kedengeran. Siapa yang feedback? Dimatiin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Professor Siti Nurul Askia, PhD. Vice Dean, Dr. Yanti Herlanti, MPD. Dr. Yudi Munadi, MPD. And Salamah Agung LC, MA, PhD. Our invited speakers, Yuko Ishibashi from Japan International Cooperation Agency, Associate Professor Dr. Lee Ji-young from University of Canberra, Professor Imam Bashar from Notre Dame of Maryland University, Vladina Batjanj from Hannover, and Freie Universität Brussels, Germany, and all our beloved audiences. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. With all His blessings, we all gather here for pre-ICEMS International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2023 with title Technological Innovation and Education to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals as a series event of national seminar by Faculty of Education yesterday. My name is Anafa and I am beyond glad to be the master of ceremony of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this event, let's recite Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And we'll proceed by giving an opening speech, which will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Professor Siti Nurul Askia, PhD. To Professor Nurul, please welcome.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. Our distinguished speakers, Yuko Ishibashi from Think Locally Act Globally, Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Lee Ji-young from University of Canberra, Professor Imam Bashar from Notre Dame Maryland University, and also Vladina Batjanj from Hannover and Freie Universität Brussels. Thank you very much for your availability to share your knowledge and experience in our conference. The Vice Deans of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Dr. Yanti Herlanti, Dr. Yudi Munadi, and also Ibu Salamah Agung MA, PhD. Also the head and secretary of our study programs, lecturers, and students of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, the chair and all members of the committee of this conference, well known as ICEMS, our honorable presenters and participants of the conference. On behalf of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, I would like to devote warm welcome to all invited speakers, presenters, and participants of this ICEMS International Conference 2023. This ICEMS International Conference is held to reflect the rapid development of technology and its consequences in education and how Islamic education Institutions like our university, especially our Faculty of Educational Sciences, should respond to this ever-changing world. For instance, the emergence of artificial intelligence has enabled our students to easily access comprehensive information just by snapping their fingers in seconds. So the question is, how can we ensure their academic integrity while taking advantage of technology? Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, through this conference, we also would like to discuss how Islamic education, together with technology, can enhance the quality of our educations and, in the end, promote the attainment of sustainable development goals. We have seen that technology can also help us predict and overcome climate change while optimizing the distributions of resources so that people from different backgrounds, both men and women, can enjoy quality life. But the big question is whether technology will only have positive impact. What are the negative impact and how can we overcome those negative impacts? Furthermore, in Islamic universities like our university, we have also been talking about the integrations of Islam and science. And what remains a question is how can this facilitate us to develop a strong, moderate, but broad-minded individuals and community that is adaptive to dynamic changes. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, these are some topics which will be discussed in this conference, which I'm sure will broaden our perspectives and enrich our souls and also minds. Therefore, once again, I would like to thank all committees whom I cannot mention one by one. All of you have devoted your time and energy to make this conference come true, especially Dr. Ibu Siti Nur Hasanah, the chair of the committee. Last but not least, I thank all invited speakers, presenters, and participants of this ICEMS International Conference 2023. I wish you a delightful and stimulating conference. Thank you for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Nurul, for the lovely opening speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind that in the end of the session later on, the participants are expected to participate actively during the discussions, since the active participants will be granted with merchandises from our beloved sponsors, one from publisher Media Edu Pustaka, and also from Kalia Beauty. There you go. All right, so those are the two sponsors that we have today from publisher Media Edu Pustaka and also Akalia Beauty. That's why I told you that the participants are expected to participate actively during the discussion in the end of the session. And after this, we are moving to our main agenda. But in a minute, we are going to show a video of the committee that is responsible for these free items. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the main agenda. This will be the first invited speaker. We would like to welcome Ms. Yuko Ishibashi from Japan International Cooperation Agency. She will bring the topic of gender and environment in achieving global sustainable development goals, which is very interesting to be discussed these days. And the special session will be led by Mr. Munas Priyanto Ramli, PhD. To Mr. Munas Priyanto, time is yours.
Itu Pak Munas di
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Ya, suara saya terdengar jelas.
terdengar Bapak, terdengar.
Okay, yeah. Do we have Mr. Iko Ishibashi here already? Because I didn't see.
Hello, Mr. Munas. Would you please to unmute your microphone first? Because it seems to be unmuted this time.
Okay, do you have Mr. Yuko Ishibashi already here? Because I don't see him yet. Bapak Ishibashinya sudah adakah? So, okay, everyone, for the first session here, we have Mr. Yuko Ishibashi. I think we're still waiting for him to join this Zoom meeting. And according to information that we got here, he's a graduated from university in London, but I'm not sure which university. He hold Master of Science from University in London, United Kingdom, and now he is NGO thinking locally and globally, supporting IEPF partnership, JICA, from 2021 and 2025. Okay, so Mr. Isibasi or if someone from committee can help us to contact him.
Beliau sudah hadir, Komnas.
All right. So before we hand to Mr. Isibasi, does committee have information slide about Mr. Isibasi, because we only get the very brief information. He held a Master degree, Master of Science, University in London, United Kingdom, and now he is supporting for IEPF partnership JICA 2021 to 2025. For the first session, we will have for about 30 to 45 minutes for Mr. Isibasi to share their thought of the research on the gender. So, Mr. Isibasi, I think time is yours now for about 30 to 45 minutes.
Right. Can I? Can I talk to now?
Yes, sure. The time is yours now.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can talk now. It's for about 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay, all
So
right.
if you have a slide presentation, you can share your screen, or committee can help to share the screen.
Okay, it's okay. My presentation is not so long, so don't worry. Okay. Okay, selamat pagi semuanya.
Selamat pagi.
I'm Yuko Ishibashi from NGO Think Locally, Act Globally in Japan. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I'm very pleased to see you today. Okay, let me share my presentation. Okay. I'm going to talk about gender and the environment for achieving SDGs. But first, let me introduce myself. Okay, my name is Yuko Ishibashi again. My educational background is a BA of Sociology and Master of Science on Development Management, focusing on poverty reduction, including gender. And my current work is a representative of NGO, Think Locally, Act Globally. I worked for JICA for many years, but 7 years ago, I founded my own NGO. So now I'm involved in JICA's project in Sri Lanka and in Indonesia and so on. Okay. Okay, so my presentation, the purpose of my presentation is to share with you the link of gender and the environment and the ideas about gender in education. Okay, this is outline of my talk. First, what is gender? We will see gender in SDGs. Second, we will see the link of gender and the environment. Third, think about what we can do for gender equality. The last one is changing gender in education in Japan. Okay, as you know, gender equality is one of SDGs. This is goal 5. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And empower all women and girls. But what is gender? We are born biologically as female or male, but gender is not biological sex. It's different from the fact that we are registered biologically as female or male. Gender is, in brief, characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially and culturally constructed. For example, there are the words masculine and feminine. They show gender. In Japan, traditionally, men had been expected to be powerful and work outside. This is masculine. On the other hand, women had been expected to do housework and childcare at home. This is feminine. However, recently, this traditional stereotype of gender is changing in Japan. So we need to understand if society changes, gender also changes. Once again, gender is different from our biological sex. Now, back to SDG 5. In most societies in the world, there are differences and inequalities between women and men. So, SDG 5 sets 9 targets, such as end discrimination against women and girls, and all violence against women and girls, and eliminate forced marriage, etc. But Goal 5 is not just about women and girls. Goal 5 aims that all people, regardless of gender, can live their own lives. This is our basic understanding of gender and SDG 5. Now, let me talk about the link of gender and the environment. In recent years, gender and the environment have been the focus of worldwide attention. Unfortunately, as climate change escalates, climate disasters are also increasing. Climate change affects all humans. So you may think that gender is not connected to climate change. Do you think climate change is gender neutral? In fact, both climate change damage and climate change solutions have been linked to gender. If so, how are gender and the environment linked? Indeed, climate change occurs regardless of gender, but in reality, men and women are affected differently by climate change. Women suffer greater harm than men. United Nations reports some evidences. For example, in Indonesia and Sri Lanka, more than 70% of deaths from the 2004 tsunami were women. In Myanmar, women and girls accounted for 61% of the deaths from cyclone. And in recent research, United Nations projects that due to climate change, food security will affect 236 million more women and girls compared to 131 million more men and boys under a worst case climate scenario. Okay. Moreover, in the world, domestic work, including collecting water and firewoods, seen as the role of women and girls in many countries, so flood, earthquake, decrease of water, damage of forest resource increased women's and girls' free domestic work. This may force women and girls to give up education and various opportunities for social participation. In addition, due to clean water scarcity and contaminated water, they have to close maternity and maternal and child health facilities. This causes health problems for women. This case really happened in Vietnam. So far, we have seen climate change is not gender neutral. Climate change will affect women and men differently, and women are more affected than men. However, there are a few opportunities for women's participation to cope with climate change. Women are less likely to participate in, for instance, operating of evacuation centers, making local disaster prevention plans, and creating of reconstruction plans and policies. UNDP shows the data. Women's economic status and social rights have a direct impact on the number of female victims. And countries with greater gender inequality have more female deaths. Then, now let's look at the gender gap between women and men. This was just reported the June of this year. The left is Indonesia, Indonesia is ranked 87th out of 146 countries. The right is Japan. Japan is ranked 125th. Japan is much worse. Compared to last year, Indonesia has moved up 5 places from 92nd. On the other hand, Japan has dropped 9 places from 116th. So in terms of gender, Indonesia is more advanced than Japan. However, the data shows that both countries have a big gender gap between women and men. Now, let's see what areas have large gaps. In both countries, almost no gender gap in education and health. But there are significant differences in politics and economics. So both countries need to make further efforts in order to bridge the gender gap. So now let's see, let's think about what equality means here. First, look at the left side of the picture. 3 people want an apple and try to reach for it. All are given equal platforms. This is equality of opportunity. But only the person on the left can reach the apple. So how can we make sure that everyone can reach the apple? Now look at the right side of the picture. If we give each person the platform they need, everyone will get the apple. This is equity of outcome. Gender equality requires equality of opportunity and equity of outcome. Then, what can we do for gender equality? I think in many situations, we can do these activities. We can listen carefully to the opinions of women and girls, and we make sure that women and girls participate in decision-making and discussions. And we need to respect the perspectives of women and girls as well as men and boys. Finally, we can consider or reconsider gender bias. Regarding gender bias, let's think about it for a while. Look at the picture above. When women doing work and says, "Help me." The picture below, when men doing work, it's natural. If you see these pictures as very natural, we are biased on gender. In reality, some women can do the work without help. On the other hand, some men may need help to the work. So gender bias is unconsciously fixed ideas about gender differences and gender roles. All right, now let's see Japanese school. In Indonesia, I heard on a clean day, it may be common for a girl to sleep with a broom and a boy to carry a desk. But in Japan, girls carry the desk by herself in this way. It's natural. if a student cannot carry the desk by oneself, both a girl and a boy help each other to carry the desk. As for sweeping with a broom, in the first grade of elementary school, both boys and girls learn how to use a broom and sweep the floor, and then both boys and girls continue to sweep equally at school. As we see, Japan is still far from achieving its goals for gender equality. But things are changing in the field of education. For example, when I was in junior high school, girls and boys separately studied different subjects. Girls studied the subject of home economics, such as cooking and sewing, while boys studied the subject of technology, such as woodworking and making a machine. But in my daughter's generation, girls and boys are learning together both home economics and technology. So now my daughter knows that some boys are good at housework and some girls are good at technology. So their thoughts of gender role are changing little by little among younger generations. So in conclusion, now we know that gender and the environment are linked. For sustainable development, regardless of gender, everyone is expected to gain knowledge and skills. Then everyone can work for and contribute to our sustainable society. So I hope that all children without gender bias can be themselves and live their own lives. I would be very happy if this could be an opportunity to rethink about gender for your future and children's future. Thank you for listening today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Isibasi, for sharing with us about gender and sustainable development. I think we got a lot of insight, facts, figure about it. So for audiences, if you have a question regarding the topics that shared by Ms. Isibasi, so please you can raise your hand or you can chat your question in chat room or chat box. But before that, there is one interesting fact that I would like to ask to Ms. Isibasi about the house women affect harm than men in terms of climate change. There is a figure about the tsunami things. So this for me is new. Would you mind to share with us how's the climate change relate to tsunami? So why,
yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Regarding the deaths from tsunami, I learned many of women's in the place where was damaged from tsunami didn't know how to swim. That's the problem, education, and they didn't know how to evacuate from tsunami. They didn't have an opportunity to learn the way to evacuate from tsunami. I had that. That's why more women dead than men. Yeah, I had that.
Okay, right. Thank you. So, but how's the climate change itself relate to the tsunami? Is that the
Yes. So they say, the climate change increase the disaster in the world. So if the disaster increase, we have more damage in our lives. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, recently, actually, probably in Indonesia, it's the same. In Japan, recently, we have, can I say, much greater rain. So there are sliding and floods are increasing in Japan. So probably more than 10 years ago, we have more disasters in Japan. So that's that's affected by climate change.
all right? Thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, so climate change impact to the disasters. So and women more damage than men in terms of the disaster. Okay, everyone, please, if you have a question, please raise your hand. There will be merchandise for the audience that has Miss Isbasi for today's session. Anyone? Oh, we don't have any audience with a question. So then I would like to ask you another question while we are waiting from the audience. So it's interesting to know about the gender gap in Japan. So what are the major factors that cause why there is a gap between women and men in terms of the major that they have at university?
Yeah. Sorry, your question is that why Japan is at a lower rank on gender gap? Yeah. Okay. As you know, we have a higher score on education and health, but probably Japan is developed country because Japan is developed country, but on politics and economics, we are lower ranked because in Japan, between men and women there are much inequalities because men don't want women to participate in politics, and traditionally men didn't respect women's opinion and women's status. So actually the rank of politics is very, very low in the gender gap. And in economics in Japan, many women have a part-time job. They don't want to be actually even though women want to have a full-time job, sometimes they cannot get the job because they need to take care of children. And so especially in Corona period, so women that has a part-time job were fired in Corona period because of economic state in Japan. It's easier for men to cut the women's job in a society. So yeah, that's but women couldn't to say anything about it. That means there's a big inequality between women and men. Yeah. So that's why, that's the reason I'm trying to work on gender as a Japanese.
All right, nice. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ibasi. So you can speak about the woman voice in Japan then in terms of politics and economy.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Finally, we have a question from audience here. The question from Mr. Waliadin. Ms. Isibasi, the question is, how gender equality and equity as well as SDGs are integrated in education in Japan?
Yeah. Actually, in education in Japan, girls and boys have the same opportunity to get education, same quality of education now, but the leadership is not improved for women, for girls, because even now in Japanese school, the leader of children is in many cases men. So they students think men is the top, should be the top leader in the class, and so boys and girls receive it. It's natural. But now it's little by little, it's changing.
Okay, all right. So there's a cultural issues that how people look at the gender here. So males still the top leader in the classroom. Okay. What
So
about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, integrated in school in Japan? Can you share with us?
Yes, SDGs, not only about gender.
Not only about gender, but also how's the SDGs integrated in curriculum maybe or in learning in Japan?
Yes. So now every school try to learn SDGs, and they think students think about how we can achieve SDGs and what we can do for achieving SDGs. So they studied in the class and they make a presentation about what we can do as students or as children. Yeah, so now SDGs, it's high priority also at school. So they are also studying gender as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. So the issues of SDGs is high priority at schools now in Japan.
Yeah.
Okay, so any question from audience? If you want to talk directly to Miss Isibasi, you can raise your hand. Silakan Bapak Ibu, kalau ada yang mau bertanya, boleh angkat tangannya, atau boleh juga untuk menuliskan pertanyaan di kolom chat. No question yet, so we only have one question here. So, Ms. Isibasi, what do you think the government or stakeholders can do to support gender equity in terms of climate change? So then, in the future, no more women damaged by the disaster or another issues than men. So what do you think?
Actually now the government try to change the thoughts and ideas about gender role, but and they try to recommend women to be a member of the parliament. Yeah, but now in Japan, actually less than 10% of parliament members are women. So yeah, they are trying to increase the number of parliament member of women. However, however, in local societies, many of men don't want women to be parliament members. Yeah, that is, we say there's a glass ceiling. Yeah, so it's very hard for women to be a member of parliament, and also in local council of local members of local council. However, things are changing little by little. Recently, the Prime Minister of Japan announced to change the cabinet members. So this time, 5 women's cabinet members are included, but before only 1 or 2 are the maximum of women cabinet. I mean the members of the cabinet. Yeah, but now this year, 5 members of women became cabinet members. That is one change, I think. So for the future, yeah, I hopefully the situation is changing. But I think, in my opinion, Japanese government take the quota system for the cabinet and parliament members. It means at least 1/4 or 1/3 of cabinet members should be women.
Okay, thank you so much. So by involving or taking a role in government and legislative will help us to solve this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, in Indonesia, I don't know, I think there is quite a lot of women. It's about, I think, 20% women now in parliament in Indonesia. Okay, but we have a question from 20% now from Miss Eno Ratnawulansari. The question here: do you think that the issue of gender gap is influenced by religious background in Japan?
Sorry.
So the question again: do you think that the issues of gender gap is influenced by religious background in Japan?
You mean, sorry, could you say that again? I don't get it.
The question is the gender gap related to religious background in Japan?
Religious, yeah.
Yeah, religious, yeah.
Yeah, I think gender gap is not related to religious thing. Yeah, because in religion, many people, I'm not sure, but many people are Buddhist in Japan. So Buddhism doesn't discriminate women and men. So it's not related to religious things, but their traditional thought is very strong in Japan, especially for men. So that's the reason of the gender gap, not the religious thing.
Okay, right. Thank you. So it's more to traditional values rather than religious.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. There is another question. Though gender is not merely about biological identity, how would you comment on the phenomena of LGBT and how this relate to the issue of SDG?
Yeah.
How's the
Yeah.
LGBT relate to?
Yeah, actually, the issue of LGBTQ is highlighted in Japan. So many people of LGBTQ is showing their opinions now. Before they couldn't show their opinions by themselves, but now they're getting attention by the society in Japan. So I think the gender is very related to LGBTQ. Some people, even though they are born as a female, their thoughts and their heart is men. If she wants to live as a man, she can live as she is, I think. So she cannot. I think she doesn't want to think about gender bias. So she can live in the way she wants to live, I think.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
And
another question is from Mary. I think your second question already answers that the gender gap is related to cultural or traditional belief in Japan. But the question about how environmental learning in Japan increase gender equal environmental rights. Okay. So how environmental education in Japan can promote that gender equality in terms of environmental awareness? Can you share with us?
Yes, first question is actually Japanese doesn't know the Japanese don't know the link of environment and gender so much, but we are focusing on SDGs. So we know gender and the environment is main issue in SDGs. So we are trying to solve the problems on gender and environment. So, because of SDGs, Japanese are aware to think about gender. And related family or belief factors. Yes.
So I think the second question already answered, I think. So you mentioned about the traditional values related to the gender gap, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So children, so younger generations are changing about the thoughts of gender. That's true.
Okay, all right. So the answers Miss Mary, jadi ini dari awalnya juga di Jepang tidak terlalu ini ya concern tentang gender and SDGs dan lingkungan. Jadi mereka mulai untuk mengangkat isu ini khususnya especially the Miss Isibasi NGO ya. Think locally, act globally. Anyone, do you still have any question here, audiences? Please raise your hand, or you can write your question in the chat box. And there's also information from the MCs that for the audience who have delivered question, you can send your contact through personal chat to the MC. Yeah. And I had 3 questions. I got 3 merchandises then. Just joking. All right. So is there any question, everyone? If not, Miss Ifibasi, would you mind to share with us the activity of your NGO? So what basically you do, what's your vision and what you really expect in the near future? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. As NGO, we are implementing the project in Sri Lanka to improve the economic status for women. So our project is that train the women to grow organic vegetables and fruits in home gardens, and they create their cooperation organization, and as corporation, they sell their products and earn their income. That's increase their income and their status as a woman. That's our project.
Oh, okay, right. Thank you so much. So that's interesting project. Yeah. So due to the gender gap in economic, and the NGO encourage women to have like a farm in their homeland, and that will increase their income. Okay, that's nice. Very nice. So any other question from the audience? No more question? Maybe from MCs, do you have a question for Miss Isibasi?
Oh, Mr. Munas, there is one more question in the chat box. See.
Oh, there's one more question. Okay,
Yeah,
right.
this is quite a long one. This is interesting.
Okay, right. This interesting question from Hidayatullah. Question: in Indonesia, women have the same rights to study and work as men, but it seems that women are still not privileged in terms of space, such as there being no special place for there's no special place for breastfeeding people in certain workplace. Then what about in Japan? Okay, so the issue about the breastfeeding place, breastfeeding room in working place, how's that in Japan? Because in Indonesia, even there is the same right between men and women, it's quite difficult to find the breastfeeding space in the workplace. How's the issue in Japan?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. In Japan, breastfeeding is very important. So all women want to hide when they breastfeed the baby. So we have a Japanese government or a Japanese company try to make a space for breastfeeding, such as in a department store or in a, how can I say, in a train and in the station. Something like that. Yeah, I don't think it's really enough, but they are trying to increase the place for breastfeeding. Yeah, so that's the breastfeeding is important, is understandable. For important place. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So
regarding workplace, depends on the company. Usually when women work for the company, they put their children in a nursery. So they don't. So women doesn't need to breastfeeding while they are working.
Okay, all right. So now the number of breastfeeding space are increased in Japan. I think Indonesia is quite similar, but mostly in big cities like in Jakarta maybe, or some other cities, but not maybe in small cities. Yeah, the issue about this. Okay, any other question, everyone? Please raise your hand. Tadi sepertinya ada yang raise hand ya. I think there is someone raise hand. Safina Salma, Miss Safina Salma, please. If you have question, you can. I think you can unmute yourself and talk to Mrs. Basi. Please, Miss Safina. Okay, Miss Safina Salma. If you have question, yeah, you can ask Miss Isibasi straight away. Oh, you can unmute. All right. So maybe a host can help to unmute Miss Safina so she can deliver her question.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the presentation, Miss Isibashi Yuko. I want to ask question about Indonesia. There is so many family, especially in the lower society. There is family who thinks their son is more knowledge than their doctor. Like example, they have a poor condition, but they have cost to schooling their son compared to their doctor. So the doctor cannot gain or upgrade their knowledge and skills. So what's your problem solving for this problem, especially for the woman? Yeah.
So sorry that your question is that
yeah, my question is how about the woman when they doesn't have any support and they doesn't have any courage to upgrade their skill? How about that? Because they're they cannot to upgrade their skill.
You mean to be a higher status in a society, such as like a doctor? It costs a lot. And sorry, I cannot understand I cannot understand that question. Can you
Okay, right. So
explain more?
Miss Safina, maybe you can write your question in the chat box, so we can help you to ask question. So yeah, Miss Ninda Firlia Sasmita, if you have question, please. Yeah. The host, can you help us to unmute?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Yuko. Can I share a little bit about my opinion about this? Because I think in Indonesia, the problem about gender is not really about the gender itself. I mean, the women's participation in many aspects are quite okay, I think, right, Pak Munas, yeah. But I I'm more aware about the family participation. I mean, if you want to solve many problems about to participate in SDG goals, then I think the family has to be supported too. What do you think about it? I mean, it's not about gender mainstreaming, but it's more about family mainstreaming because only the women. It's not only about the women, because the mom, the women usually is the mom, yeah, the mom and the wife, and she will also raise the children. And I think in Japan they say that the women are also smart. They pursue higher education even though they will become moms, because the moms need to have higher education to educate the children well. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah, in Japan, men and women receive the same education. And if women want to go to the university, in many cases, they can do that. They can realize what they want to do. But if they want to be a mother, sometimes they have to give up their careers. But I think women had made an effort so many years. So they're working outside and also they are working at home. So women and men working outside, sometimes women need to give up to be a mother. But think about men work outside and have children. So I think men and women work outside and have children. We need to realize this society. So at home, men has to not support, share the housework at home. Not only women needs to do housework.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Isbasi. So I think the point that you share is the society, or we should educate society and family to support women.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any questions? Any more questions? So from audiences here, if no, I think there's question from Royani. How to practice equality from elementary schools to university? Is there, okay. So how to implement the practical of equality, gender equality from elementary to university? Is there any differences in terms of implementing the gender equality from elementary to university? How do you see that?
In university, in case of university, I think in university, women also has higher knowledge and skills as well as men. So I think the women needs to take the leadership of the university in the university. I think
so
that.
How about equality? I mean, like how to practice the issue of equality, gender equality in primary schools, in senior high schools, in university? Is there any differences that you see if a teacher or educational body want to practice the gender equality?
Yeah, I think teachers should not be biased on gender. If they're girls, boys, and men and women, they should think they have the same opportunity to be what they want to be. They can do what they want. So teachers should teach the students, even in elementary school, junior high school, university, they should teach them they can be what they want to be. That's a gender equality without gender bias.
Okay, right. So even from primary to university, the teachers, lecturers should not have a gender bias. That's the idea. All right. Thank you. There is the question from Miss Safina. From Miss Safina, the question is that if the woman has aspiration and she wants to upgrade their skills, however, she doesn't get support from her family, so she doesn't have the supportive family, what should she do? That's the question from Miss Safina.
Yeah, actually, the case happens in Japan. Yeah, but I think women needs to continue to discuss with the family members. We don't need to give up our career. We don't need to give up our education. So we keep in talking to family members without giving up.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Isibashi. So the key is here, you should communicate and you should discuss with your family, solve your problem. Okay, I've got a reminder from the committee that the time is up right now. So yeah, time is over. Thank you everyone for participating in this warm discussion. And thank you also, Ms. Isibasi, for sharing your thought, the activities of your NGO and figure and facts about how gender relate to sustainable development. And I think we learned a lot from the experience that you have in Japan. So again, thank you so much. And everyone, could you give the big applause, the online applause? I think we have that emoji here, right? So yeah. Okay. Thank you so much again, Ms. Isibasi, for sharing your thought, your research, or your activities for us. And that's the end of this session. Hope we can collaborate in the near future with the Faculty of Tarbiyah and your NGO.
Thank you for so much having me with this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So I'm giving back this time to Miss MC. Please, time is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful discussion about the gender equality. It was very, very interesting. I'd like to say our deepest gratitude for the insight given by Professor Yuko Ishibashi. And thank you, Mr. Munas, for leading this session very well. And we would like to grant Mrs. Ishibashi as our speaker and also Mr. Munas as our moderator with certificate. I would like to invite the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education UIN Jakarta, Ms. Nurul Askia, to give the certificate in symbolic action.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Ishibasi. Well, I call you Ibu, the way how we call and respect professors like you. For such inspiring and great presentations. I think we learned a lot on how gender is also related to sustainable development. And also, Pak Munas, thank you very much for guiding these discussions this morning. And here we have the certificates of appreciation. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much, Ibu Dekan, for all the experience.
Okay, I would like to ask for a second that we will take a screenshot with Ms. Yuko Okay. All right.
Nah, ada. Screenshot ya.
I'll have to
Okay, so
count
this
to
one is
3 and
for Ibu Yuko Isibashi, yeah?
yes, this is for Mrs. Yuko Ishibashi. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next certificate is for our beloved moderator, Mr. Munas. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you
Again,
very
thank you
much,
very much.
Miss
Hopefully we
Nurul.
can meet in
Thank you
person
very
in the
much.
future.
Terima kasih banyak.
Sama-sama.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Yuko Kobusias Isibasi.
Terima
Hope to see
kasih.
you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. And now that was the first session, and it has been very, very interesting to be paid attention for. And we have another interesting discussion, which will be delivered by our second invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Lee Ji-young from University of Canberra. And the topic will be the use of media in teaching and learning process. And the session will be moderated by Miss Maya Devianti, PhD. And I will be reading the resume or the curriculum vitae of our moderator today, Miss Maya. All right. The operator is sharing the screen. All right, Mrs. Maya Devianti, MPD, PhD. She is the lecturer of English Education major in UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. She has got her bachelor degree from Indonesia University of Education and got her master degree also in the same university. And she has got her doctoral degree from University of Canberra. And next, I will be delivering the time in the session to Miss Maya. Hello,
Thank you
Miss
very
Maya.
much. Hello.
Right.
I remember your face, but I forgot your name.
All right. Sorry, I have to put my name on. I'm Anafa.
Yes, Anafa. You are one of my students. You're one of my students.
I am.
Okay, nice to see you again. Okay, is it time now for me?
Yes, of course. You can proceed because we
Thank you
cannot
so
wait.
much. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of Technological, Innovative, and Education to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals. That is the title of our international conference today. And first of all, I'd like to give my warmest regard to the Dean of FITK, Ibu Professor Siti Nurul Askia, PhD, all the Vice Deans, Ibu Dr. Yanti Herlanti, Bapak Dr. Yudi Munadi, and also Ibu Salama Agung, PhD. And then, and also to all the invited speaker on today conference. We have heard a great presentation from Yuko Isibashi, and then later on Prof. Iman Bashar, and also Padena Batajan, and of course to the presenter for this session, Dr. Ji-young Lee. Annyeonghaseyo, Dr. Lee. Welcome back. I'm sure this is like your third time, right?
Yes.
This faculty. Okay. I'm sure there will be the 4th, 6th, and 50th times that we are going to have you here. Okay. Dr. Lee is going to talk about understanding the use of digital technologies in education. And she also will specifically talk about her research about how Indonesian teachers are using technology in their classroom. First of all, let's have a look at her profile. So Dr. Ji-young Lee is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Arts and Design, University of Canberra. Her research focuses on social and cultural impacts of digital communication and technologies including emerging digitally excluded social groups, digital engagement among young people, and the growing digital media consumption in emerging markets. She has published several book chapters and also favorite journal article. The latest one was published by Palgrave Macmillan. Wow. In 2022, it's about creative graduates and the labor market. And the latest publication is the title is Exploring the Relationship Between Media Literacy, Online Interaction, and Civil Engagement, published by the Information Society. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Chi. Time is yours, Dr. Chi.
Thank you, Maya, so much for the wonderful introduction. Let me share my screen now. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, is there something? Oh. All right. How do I make it? Can you see the slideshow? It's the full screen now.
It hasn't been on a slideshow mode.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me just using this one.
Oh, you may use yes.
Yes, I already
you should click on the file and then you click share screen.
I did, and then and the slideshow is now my second screen. How do I? Okay, share again. Oh, this one. Can you see it, right?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay, that's great. All right, phew. Okay, let me start. Selamat pagi. Thank you so much for inviting me to the conference on education in Muslim society. Today, I would like to present the findings of our study on the utilization of the digital technology in Indonesia teachers in classrooms and their digital capability in integrating these technologies into their teaching practice. So digital skills and competencies are becoming increasingly crucial for the individuals to actively engage in digital transformation of the society. So UNESCO defines digital skills as a range of the abilities that allow individuals to use digital devices, communications applications, and networks to access and manage information. These skills are essential for lifelong learning and employability, enabling individuals to adapt to evolving job requirements and technological advancements. Digital skills are also vital for addressing global challenges effectively. Educators in both formal and non-formal settings play a critical role in this context. They need to possess the necessary competencies to integrate technology effectively into their teaching practices. Their ability to do so enables them to support learners in developing digital skills that are valuable for both personal and professional life. The challenges teachers encounter when integrating digital technology into their teaching method have been magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Issues such as an inadequate infrastructure, high access costs, and shortage of the multilingual and contextual relevant digital resources, and most critically, insufficient training for teachers have hindered their ability to effectively incorporate digital tools into education. As schools increasingly embrace digital technology in their curricula, it is crucial to prioritize the provision of the comprehensive training and support for teachers. The Indonesian government has been actively working to enhance the country's digital technology infrastructure across various sectors. In 2020, the Indonesian government spent just over $1 billion on ICT infrastructure, marking a nearly five-fold increase compared to previous years. This is remarkable. With the increased investment in the ICT infrastructure in Indonesia, there has been a gradual rise in the adoption of ICT skills since 2019. In 2021, the percentage of the Indonesians aged 15 to 59 with the ICT skills increased from 64% to 70%, indicating a modest upward trend in ICT adoption. According to a 2020 survey, Indonesia's digital literacy index scores increased from 3.46 in 2020 to 3.54 in 2022. Overall, the country's digital skills and digital culture improved, but digital ethics and safety weakened. This suggests that Indonesians are now more considerate of feelings of the readers from different ethnicities, religions, and political views, and they are better at fact-checking information from the internet compared to previous year. However, Indonesian internet users have become less sensitive about posting content without permission or less aware of the importance of the protecting personal information. The digital literacy index score in the Indonesia education sector is a 3.7, which is a generally higher score than the overall population's digital literacy index, which is a 3.5. Significantly, the digital skills score among students and educators is notably higher at 3.5 compared to the overall population. However, among all the digital skill literacy aspects, digital safety scored the lowest. This indicated that students and educators in Indonesia were less aware of the importance of the protecting personal information and other cyber security practices, whereas digital culture and skills are, very high level. Digital literacy encompasses the skills and proficiency needed to effectively use digital platforms or devices for finding, managing, evaluating, and communicating information. In Indonesia, this proficiency plays a pivotal role in the country's ongoing digital transformation within the education sector. However, there are significant challenges to fostering digital literacy in schools with infrastructure and resources topping the list. According to the Statista data, approximately 81% of Indonesians cited unreliable networks and frequent connection losses as their primary obstacles to accessing the internet. Moreover, a substantial disparity persisted in the internet access across different regions. In 2022, around 82% of the students in urban areas have internet access, whereas only 68% of students in rural areas enjoy the same privilege. As mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the pre-existing disparities in both ICT access in education in Indonesia. Comprehending the digital skills of both students and teachers is crucial to enhance Indonesia's capability to navigate and withstand crises such as the recent pandemic. So digital literacy for building resilience in Indonesia unprecedented pandemic crisis project, which was funded by Indonesian Ministry of the Religious Affairs in 2022, has been initiated to address the urgent challenges in teaching and learning during the pandemic crisis in Indonesia. It aims to enhance our understanding of the social, cultural, and individual factors affecting the disadvantaged communities. So the primary goal is to investigate the role of the digital media literacy in bolstering educational resilience and mitigating the impact of the COVID-19 crisis. We conducted Indonesian Teacher ICT Capability Survey in December 2022. In total, 577 teachers across 3 regions, including Western Indonesia, Central Indonesia, and Eastern Indonesia, participated in the online survey developed through Google Forms. The survey included different questions about teaching experience, technology used for teaching and in classrooms, digital competency, barriers to use of the digital technologies for teaching. We achieved a reasonably balanced sample in terms of age and gender. The majority of the participating teachers held bachelor degrees, with 20% holding postgraduate degrees. In terms of the teaching experience, 30% had less than 10 years of the teaching experience, nearly half had 10 to 19 years of experience, and 26 had 20 or more years of experience. The majority of the respondents worked in public schools and held permanent teaching positions. In terms of school levels, 40% were senior high school teachers, another 40% were junior high school teachers, and 20% were primary school teachers. Additionally, the participants represented a diverse range of teaching subjects. First, we asked about teachers' daily use of the digital technologies in their classroom. 60% reported using them often or all the time, with 1 in 5 using them all the time. It is worth noting that 40% of teachers do not actively use technologies in classroom. We observed notable gaps in the use of digital technology in classrooms based on gender, education level, and school type. Male teachers, those with postgraduate degrees, and those teaching in public schools are significantly more likely to report frequent use of the digital technologies in their classroom. Secondly, when we asked about devices used in the classrooms, laptops and smartphones emerged as the most commonly utilized devices, with nearly all teachers reporting their use. In contrast, tablets were the least frequently adopted devices in teaching practice. We also asked the teachers about the use of the learning platforms in classrooms. More than half of teachers reported using Google Workspace, followed by quizzes and Google Meet. In contrast, only 1/3 reported using Microsoft in classrooms, and 1/4 reported using Kahoot. A smaller proportion, 1 in 10 teachers, used Padlet and virtual Blackboard platform. Notably, most of the teachers used 1 or more devices in their classrooms, and almost half used 3 or more platforms. We examined the variation in the number of the learning platforms used in classrooms based on different variables. Notably, teachers' level of education and their frequency of the using digital technologies influenced the diversity of the learning platform usage. Teachers with a postgraduate degree were significantly more likely to use 3 or more platforms compared to those with a bachelor degree. Additionally, teachers who reported the frequent use of the digital technology in their classrooms were much more likely to use 3 or more platforms, with 57% doing so, as opposed to only 24% among those who used digital technology less frequently. We asked teachers about the digital technology and tools they use in classrooms. Nearly all teachers reported using messaging apps like WhatsApp, while 80% utilized video posting sites such as YouTube. The majority of the teachers also made use of email, presentation tools, and social media sites. However, it's worth noting that while digital communication tools like messaging apps, email, and social media are widely adopted in classrooms, concept mapping software such as FreeMind or Flipped, classroom tools like Khan Academy, and website creation tools like WordPress are among the least likely to be adopted by teachers. We asked the teachers to share their agreement with the several statements regarding the use of technology for teaching in classrooms. 1 in 4 teachers agree that they are becoming aware of how technology could be used in teaching. 1 in 5 teachers agreed that leveraging technology to its full potential allows them to offer students expanded and creative learning opportunities. Similarly, a comparable proportion of the teachers also agreed with the following statement: sensible use of technology adds value to their teaching practice. They are replacing certain aspects of their teaching practice with the technology. However, it's noteworthy that only 17% of teachers reported experimenting with the use of technology for teaching in a limited context, while 5% expressed that they do not see the benefits of using technology for teaching. Overall, it appears that Indonesian teachers are generally aware of the benefits of the technology adoption in teaching, but these sentiments are not evenly distributed among all teachers. We also asked the teachers about their pedagogical knowledge, which involves the strategies and techniques used in classrooms and learning environments to achieve curriculum goals. 1/3 of teachers reported using digital technologies to assist students in their learning and enhance their understanding of the curriculum content. Another 1/3 reported using digital technologies to access and develop the curriculum resources. 31% teachers stated that they provide students with extension activities and create learning resources for their classes. However, it is worth noting that only 27% teachers indicate that they share learning resources with other teachers and expand subject provision for students through virtual learning. The data reflects a mix of technology adoption and pedagogical practices among Indonesian teachers, suggesting that there is awareness and utilization of the technology for teaching, but there are opportunities for greater collaboration and resources sharing to maximize its benefits across the educational landscape. We assessed the teachers' digital competency and capabilities. Here are findings. Overall, 1/3 of teachers demonstrated competence in using digital technologies in teaching. A higher proportion of the teachers expressed competence in supporting students to use digital technologies at home and in providing virtual learning opportunities. However, the percentage of the teachers who felt confident in delivering virtual learning opportunities for entire subjects or curriculum provision was relatively low. This data suggests that while teachers may feel comfortable with certain aspects of the digital technology integration, there may be room for improvement in their confidence levels when it comes to broader virtual learning opportunities for entire subject. We examined the gaps in digital competencies among teachers considering various demographic factors. Female teachers, those in their 40s and those in the middle of their teaching careers, showed a significantly low level of competence compared to their counterparts. Teachers working in private schools were also significantly less confident in their digital competency than teachers in other types of schools. Teachers with postgraduate degrees demonstrated significantly higher levels of the competence in their digital competency when compared to teachers with bachelor's degrees. The figure on the slide illustrates the proportion of the teachers who express high confidence in various aspects of the using digital technologies in teaching practices. 1/3 of the teachers reported competency in exploring and demonstrating the use of the new technologies in classrooms and actively engaging in discussions to enhance technology usage. Another 1/3 indicated that they engage with the informal teacher networks or participate in online communities to improve their digital skills for teaching. However, the percentage of the teachers who engaged in professional development is relatively low. This information provides a snapshot of the teacher's confidence levels in different aspects of the digital technology integration in teaching. We examine the gaps in confidence levels in different aspects of the digital technology integration among teachers. Similarly, female teachers, those in their 40s and those in the middle of their teaching careers, show the significantly lower levels of confidence compared to their counterparts. Teachers working in private schools and holding bachelor degrees were also significantly less confident in their teaching competence than their counterparts. We asked the teachers about their professional development in using digital technologies for their classroom. 38% of teachers use the technologies to assess, access, and develop teaching resources. 37% increase their knowledge to use them across curriculum areas and try to keep up to date on new technologies for teaching. However, only around 28% of people saying that they maintain a teaching professional portfolio. Our analysis shows that the digital competency and capability significantly influence teachers' utilization of the technology in their classrooms. Teachers who frequently use digital technologies often or all the time are much more likely to demonstrate their high level of competence in all aspects of the digital technology using compared to those who only use technologies sparingly. This finding highlights the importance of the digital competency in effective technology integration in teaching. We asked whether they usually know more than their students. Approximately 46% of teachers felt confident that they did, 40% remained neutral, and 14% expressed a lack of confidence. This provides a clear overview of the teacher's self-assessment of their knowledge relative to their students. We conducted a comparison among teachers and found that male teachers and younger teachers, early career teachers, and those teaching in private schools show a higher level of the relative confidence compared to their counterparts. The higher level of the confidence observed among private teachers is particularly intriguing, especially when considering that they have demonstrated relatively low level of the digital competence in our data so far. Lastly, we asked the teachers about barriers to use of the digital technologies for teaching. Approximately half of teachers cited a lack of the internet access, infrastructure, and digital devices as significant barriers. A significant number of teachers also highlighted that the need for digital literacy training as a crucial factor. Conversely, teachers were less likely to identify the following as barriers: lack of administrative support for the use of technology, institutional support, a lack of the understanding of the significance of the digital technology in education. So this shows a valuable insight into challenges teachers face in adopting digital technologies for teaching. So Indonesian teachers are increasingly adopting digital technologies in education. However, the utilization of the digital learning tools and platforms for teaching is currently limited. There are notable disparities in the use of digital technology among teachers. The extent of the digital competency and capability significantly influences teachers' technology integration in their teaching practice. Indonesian teachers understand the importance of the digital technology in education. However, there is a certain uncertainty regarding the adequacy of the ICT infrastructure in education setting. I will leave here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. What a great presentation. You give us very, you've presented a vivid description about how digital technology apply in Indonesia. Okay, so audience, it is time for a question and answer session. If you have question, you may turn on the mic or you may write them down on the chat. Okay, before we listen, before we answer the question from the audience, I just curious, actually, how do you define digital literacy, Dr. G, especially in terms of education? How do you define that? I mean, like we have lots of digital, the definition of digital literacy,
Yeah.
but what is it actually?
I think that's a really good question, and that's also we would like to know more about through the interview studies, right? So I believe, I mean, the definitions which is widely used in the media and communication studies, the skills to be able to communicate, integrate digital technology in their, for example, education sectors. So, for example, the ability, in terms of using smart technologies in teaching, in learning, for example, developing resources using technologies. But I believe there are several ways of assessing digital literacies. As we can see, we did the self-reported, assessment, which may not be 100% accurate compared to the measurements of, for example, we really ask them, for example, we can assess their ability or knowledge by asking them, very certain question which has a correct answer, right? So there is a several way of assessing digital literacy skills, but I believe the relative perception of the digital literacy is also important. I mean, for example, we asked teachers how they actually feel comfortable using technology compared to their students who are younger, they are more tech savvy, So such a kind of, because digital literacy is not only about actual literacy skills, but also it's also perceived understanding of the digital technology and benefits of the technology, right? So in that sense, I believe it could be understood in different manners, but also our studies aims to explore more about how they actually Indonesian teachers understand, the media literacy skills, So that's a kind of ongoing, exploration. Okay. That's a really good question. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. So, so digital literacy. We have a question now. I will ask my question later. So the first question is from Ahmad Royani. It's in the chat. Let me read it to you. Are there best practices in the use of technology in education, like in school or university? Is there any best practice?
That's I would try to ask you, because we are all educators here, yes. Or either university or, high schools, junior school, right? So this is something we all need to understand, also need to discuss what's the kind of best approach to enhance, our abilities of using technology, but also our students' ability of utilizing digital technology. But I believe best practice, I think the first thing, there are many exemplary frameworks that many international organizations provide. So in terms of media literacy, there are certain aspects we need to develop, right? So maybe adopting such framework and see how. So it's also, we can't just adopt anything and for our context, because every country, every school has a different context, right? So that's why we need to first understand my institution or my teaching practice context, and then see how such, good framework can be applied. That's also something that we need to collaborate together among teachers. Yes.
So best practice is very contextual then.
Yeah, very contextual and social culture.
Yeah. Perhaps you can give us example, like from your university or even
in
Korea.
Indonesia, Indonesia is a really good example because we can see Indonesian teachers still can see there is a lack of the reliable infrastructure. Whereas in many economically developed countries like Korea or Syria, infrastructure is everywhere, very reliable. The access reliability is not anymore something very significant barriers. So it's go beyond accessibility, whereas Indonesia still need to consider the accessibility, availability as a key aspect of the media literacy, right? Yes.
Yeah, the disparity, the gap between rural and urban area in Indonesia is quite big. I'm sure you've seen it in your research, in our research. Okay, now we have another question from the chat. Let's see. Let's go from Ismailiani. Okay, and used by teacher. But do you think in what ways Indonesian teacher need to develop or improve in terms of technology using?
I think that's also relevant to the first questions. What's the best way of developing? Yeah, I mean, I would like to also know how Indonesian teachers feel about it, how they actually see the values of the digital technology used in teaching, because it, regardless of the, I think across countries, all teachers share the similar sentiments. In Australia, so many teachers found that very difficult to utilize digital technology in classrooms in many aspects. Yeah, so that's, I think, is kind of ongoing discussion we need to do.
Yeah.
Shall we move the second one?
The third question: how is the education digitalization system in Korea?
Oh, I see.
It can improve the quality and potential. How does digital technology actually support Korean students?
So I would say in Korea, digital technology is fully integrated in teaching practice. So the government provide, for example, certain platforms to increase the utilization of the digital technology. So the curriculums at the moment, the national curriculums are integrated with the technology. So for example, the assignment, resources, all shared through online platform, digital platform, which is provided either government or organizational aspect, organization levels. So I cannot really give you certain examples because I'm not an educator and I'm not in education as a media literacy or media audience researchers, but I can say in Korea, but the thing is, in Korea, media literacy or digital skill is not actually a national curriculum, whereas digital literacy skills are taught by many government agencies. So there is a social awareness of the importance of the digital technology. So that's why everywhere it actually emphasized, whereas the national curriculum actually doesn't have a specific digital literacy skill curriculum. This is interesting, isn't it? Whereas in Australia, digital skills and competence is actually part of the national curriculum. So you can see the different contexts depend on countries. So Indonesia, Indonesia has a national curriculum in it, in which but there is a teacher technology education.
It was before, like in the curriculum 2006. So like technology or being technological literate, if that term exists, is actually one of the subject in the curriculum. But then it is no longer included in the curriculum because it is assumed that technology is considered to be the means of learning. But then how teachers apply technology in classroom setting is actually I don't know, it's diverse. I would call it diverse. So even today, after COVID, after the pandemic, when we had a pandemic, teachers were imposed to use a technology, But then in the post-pandemic, I'm not sure whether these teachers are still make use of technology in during learning. So yeah, so I'm not sure. And then if I may say that, as you mentioned earlier, that the use of technology is very contextual in Indonesia, and Indonesia is like quite diverse. And then how, in your opinion, does being digitally literate include willingness to use technology?
Yeah. I think the attitudinal aspects is very, very important, right? So in Indonesia, to my knowledge, the religions and different ethnicities are there. So kind of fundamentally on the ground, there is a cultural barriers to adopt new technologies because of the protective perspectives of the cultural norms or religious norm, right? So adopting new technologies, specifically in education, which is very conservative, approach, adopted among other aspects. So that's, I think, something that we need to explore further. The digital technology or new norms, new initiative, not necessarily, how can I say, challenging the existing social norm or cultural norm or religious norm, right? It could add value to the existing cultural or social norms or religious values, right? So that's the way, so the dynamics, in that educational landscape, how we actually understand such dynamics and conflicts between adopting new technology and the existing, practice of the social practice. It's very interesting aspect, and we need more work to better understand so that we can actually adopt digital technology more effectively in a better way for society, So it's everything we want to do is we want to enhance our capabilities for better life, individuals, abilities to increase their quality of the life, So technology, by theory, is meant to develop, enhance their ability to increase their quality of life. But it does not necessarily challenging, their existing norms, their belief, So yeah, that's something, that challenging aspect, I think need further investigation, I believe.
Yes, it will be interesting because in some contexts in our country, there are some schools who prevent students to bring their mobile because the school thinks that it is dangerous, it may disrupt their learning. But then I believe to a certain extent it is important, but then how you use it actually.
Exactly.
Okay, now I would like to invite question from the floor. From the audience here. If you have question, would you please raise your hand? You see, with the icon. Okay. Now, Dr. G. So,
not only question, but also any
comments. Yes, any comments?
Because we are still in the process of analyzing our data. There is so much to do. It's a very initial stage of the analysis. So we would like to have a comment or any kind of feedback that we need to pay more attention in analyzing our data. Particularly, we are also doing interview studies as well. So
that will be interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because the data is actually from 3 different regions in Indonesia. So it will be interesting to see how all those data gathered later on. Okay. So seeing the data, I see someone on the chat raise her hand. Anyone? So please inform me if you do, okay? So Dr. G, so seeing this, even though our research is not completed yet, but then 577 participant has actually informed us something, right? So in your opinion, how would you predict Indonesian being digitally literate? Would that be possible that would it possible that
I think me personally thinking education should be is kind of universal public service. Education should be accessible to everyone, for example, Indonesia. So with that regard, I would say digital technology should be available to anyone across the country, you know. It does, regardless of, you know, countries, many countries also have a challenge that the access and digital skills are disproportionately shared. So there is always a gap in the use of the technology and the digital skills. So I think the goals in terms of the digital skills and competency is more kind of, we want to balance across the population, because numerous studies show that the digital competency and skills would affect one's capability of increasing their life. So many studies show that. So which means digital skills, also we live in a digital era now, you know, ChatGPT, AI era, right? So it's more kind of advanced, high advanced skills are required. For example, to be employed for the career-wise, you know. So for that sense, I believe our children, our young people required much higher advanced skills compared to the previous generations, right? But then our generation teach them, help them to increase their ability. That's why we also have challenges, because we also need a skills competency. So my point is that I think this one is kind of, I would say, universal, should be universal. It's not discriminate anyone based on what they have, you know. So that's the thing. As a researchers, we need to try to understand the factors underlying, then hindering people's use of the technology and developing their skills. I think that's our, you know, responsibilities also as educators.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I think we're running out of time, Dr. G.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the lucid information that you've shared with us here, talking about digital technology. And then, so earlier you mentioned that it is our responsibility to share this notion that we cannot escape from technology, right? It is undeniable, it is widespread, and we need to make the utmost out of it. And I would like also to note that for the government, infrastructure is very important, because we need to support with the infrastructure, because the use itself is central. I mean, like, it's not the knowledge, but also the skill, as you mentioned in your presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank
that
you
will
so
be
much.
the end of this press session. Thank you very much. Maya Devianti signing out.
Thank you very much. Our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Lee Ji Young and Ibu Maya Devianti, PhD. And we would love to grant you with certificate as our speaker and our moderator today in a symbolic action, which this time will be led by our Dean, Mrs. Nurul Askia. I'd like to invite Ms. Nurul Askia. Okay, and the committee will share the e-certificate this time. Okay. It was a very wonderful discussion toward the use of media in teaching, and also the scope is Indonesia, and I feel so relate to the dates that I have seen on the screen. Okay, we're still waiting for the certificate to show, and of course, all the participants here wants. All right, I guess our dean is not available here, so I'd like to invite Miss Yanti. Hello, Miss Yanti. Miss Yanti Herlanti. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing knowledge properly for this today. Sorry, this yeah, Dr. Lee Ju-young, thank you very much for sharing knowledge today. I hope we got some knowledge and some inspiring for this from this presentation. Thank you very much. And for Miss Maya Devianti, thank you very much for moderator in this session. Very nice.
You're most welcome, Ibu.
All right, and Ibu Maya and Professor Lee, hold on a second. I would like to take a screenshot with all the participants right here. I'll count till 3. Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. How sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kamsahamnida.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Okay. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the third invited speaker. We'll have 2 speakers this time who will also bring a really interesting topic to discuss about. We'll have Professor Imam Bashar from Notre Dame of Maryland University. The topic that he'll bring is about the integration of science and Islam in the digital age, the challenges and opportunities of our fourth speaker also, Fladena Bach-Jan from Hanover and Freie Universität Brüssel, Germany. All right, the topic will be lifelong learning practices for sustainability. So this time we will have 2 topics at one time, which will be delivered in order. And this last session will be led by Mrs. Atik Yuliani M.A. Tesal. Before I welcome our moderator today, I would like to show you the resume or the short profile of our next moderator. All right, about Mrs. Atik Yuliani M.A. Son. She's actually my lecturer in English education major of our university, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. And her education in brief, she has got her bachelor degree from Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, and her master degree in University of Canberra. And I personally cannot wait to welcome Mrs. Atik Yuliani. Hello, Ms. Atik.
Thank you very much, MC Anafa. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it is very clear.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good
Waalaikumsalam
morning.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So we've come to the third session. As MC has told us that we're going to have 2 speakers for this last session before the lunch break. But let me check whether both of the speakers are with us already, Professor Imam and also Miss Vladena.
Okay, Miss Vladina, 2 of our speakers have already joined the room.
Okay, there you go. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so first of all, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences and all the Vice Deans, and also my colleagues, the lecturer of WIN Jakarta, and all the participants. Let me introduce our first speaker briefly. So our first speaker is Professor Imam Bashar. He's an associate professor of religion at Notre Dame of Maryland University. He taught courses on Islamic studies and comparative religions at several prominent universities in Maryland and DC. And he's also the founder and president of Civilization Exchange and Cooperation Foundation, the non-profit organization function as umbrella to bring people together for exchanges focused on creating a better world that promote peace, respect, and cooperation. Today, Prof. Imam will talk about the integration of science and Islam in the digital age, challenges, and opportunities. So without further ado, please welcome Prof. Imam Bashar. Hello, Prof. Imam, can you hear us? I cannot hear anything. Maybe committee can help me.
All right, Mrs. Atik, maybe we can start from Vladena first.
I see.
Vladena first.
Okay. All right.
While
no
waiting
worries.
for Professor Imam.
All right. Okay, sorry for that. As the rundown said, Prof. Imam will be the first speaker and continued by Ms. Vladena. Sorry for the inconvenience. So let me introduce Ms. Vladena briefly. Hopefully I can pronounce her name correctly. Ms. Vladena Patuyat. She's a researcher and learning designer at the Institute of Sports Sciences, Leibniz University, Hanover, Germany. Ms. Vladena holds a master's degree in adult education. She is pursuing a PhD at Free University Basel in Belgium. In her research, she explores actualization of affordances of audiobook for mobile learning and development of transferable skill within higher education. And today, she will talk about lifelong learning practices for sustainability. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Vladena. Time is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for the invitation to talk to you today. I'll try to share my screen. No, I think I am at the, my apologies. Right. Can you see my slides correctly?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So once more, thank you for the invitation to come to talk to you at your conference. I'm for a long time passionate about technological innovation and education. So this was a very welcome opportunity for me to come to discuss with you two topics that are very close to my heart and almost always on top of my mind or running in the background of my thinking, and that's sustainability and lifelong learning. I would like to engage you in thinking about lifelong learning as a vehicle or as a strategy for sustainability. And then we could consider together what this means on the level of individual learners and their adaptability to sustain learning practices across lifespan. I will start with a recent report from the year 2020. It's a report that was published by the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning. And the report is based on a consultation of experts from the whole world, and it outlines a vision for education that includes lifelong learning in a bigger way than it does for most of us now. So the report calls for a major shift towards a culture of lifelong learning. The argument is that creating a global culture of lifelong learning will be the key to addressing challenges faced by humanity, from climate crisis to technological and demographic change. The culture of lifelong learning should then empower people, empower individuals to tackle all the challenges they face in their personal, professional, or civic life. And the report really asks for lifelong learning to be a governing principle of educational policymaking so that the change is made possible. One thing that I really like about the report is that it clarifies really, maybe not all, but various issues and obstacles that are still inhibiting lifelong learning practice. And it suggests transforming those constraints into opportunities. So the whole report, when you decide to read it, is in a very constructive tone, practical, and open to your ideas, how to implement, how to make the culture of lifelong learning become reality for us. There are about two key messages or action points in the report. I would like to focus just on 4 because we have limited amount of time, and I'll go a bit deeper on 2 of them. So the key messages really start with the need for recognition of a very holistic character of lifelong learning. And the last key message or recommendation is the need to, over time, come to realization and recognition of lifelong learning as a human right. I will just briefly talk about lifelong learning as a very broad concept that needs maybe a better understanding because often it is understood in a very narrow or limited way. We sometimes use the term interchangeably with narrower terms as adult education or continuing education or reskilling for work. And I decided today to talk to you about lifelong learning, about the holistic perspective, so that we can think together and develop a lens that will help us see the potential and the really future that is possible when we take a more holistic approach to lifelong learning and understand it as something that is and should be happening for anyone, learning that can happen at any time, anywhere, for learners who need to learn really anything from any domain of knowledge, whatever the circumstance in their life is at the moment. And really for learners that are learning in many different ways, in face-to-face and distance education, online informal learning, in hybrid, which became popular in the last few years, in groups or individually. And one of the broadening perspective is really consideration for all the various reasons the learners have for learning. So whether they are learning for professional or personal, or really their civic or citizenship purposes, whether they are learning for sustainability or for pure enjoyment, that all falls under the lifelong learning, whether in institutions or outside of institutions. The report encourages us to support local learning in many possible ways, but because we are, most of us teachers, most of us belong to universities, and many of us have the possibility to think about what the role of universities could be in lifelong learning. I wanted to point out the need to encourage local lifelong learning initiatives, especially within cities. The report makes two suggestions. Specifically, one we can consider really as an action point at any time, and it is to consider any physical spaces that we have that could be made available for informal learning. So that is something for universities to keep in mind, because we do have those physical spaces that could be used for learning even more than they are used now. And then UNESCO suggests that we build not only learning organizations like we have been building for a long time, but really learning cities or learning territories there where when we are talking about areas outside of cities. This is maybe a more challenging or more strategic phase of creation of the learning culture. And I would like us to have a look at a short video that will tell us briefly and succinctly, better than I could, what a learning city is and how to build a learning city. So I hope.
What is a learning city all about? A learning city puts people in the center of development. It promotes education and lifelong learning for all, and with this, facilitates individual empowerment and social cohesion, economic and cultural prosperity, and sustainability. Ask people what it means to learn, and many will picture a classroom. But we also learn in the community and the workplace, in public spaces and through digital technologies. In a learning city, learning takes place in all of these settings, providing opportunities to further develop knowledge, skills, and competences for everyone and throughout life. Lifelong learning for all is the future of our cities.
But how can we actually make this happen? There are dedicated cities all around the world that have transformed themselves into learning cities towards achieving this vision. And while every city is unique in its cultural and socioeconomic settings, common areas of action exist for building learning cities.
Planning involving stakeholders, celebrating learning, promoting accessibility, monitoring and evaluating progress, as well as mobilizing resources are core to the success of a learning city.
All of these areas are explored in a series of 6 animated video guidelines, which can be used as a starting point for your city to learn more and begin your learning city journey. Other learning cities have contributed best practice videos in which they share their advice to each of these core areas of action.
So join the initiative and discover how to transform your own city into a learning city, a place where knowledge thrives, the economy succeeds, communities unite, and where no one is left behind.
So I hope the quality of the sound was okay for all of you to understand the idea of the video. And I would like to elaborate on the few key points. And just in case you are curious about the idea of building a learning city, I would like you to know that the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning has worked over the last few years to really make this more and more possible for the cities all over the world. So they provide materials, guidelines that make it easier to communicate with all the various stakeholders that need to be involved in innovation at such a great scale. So building a learning city is something that requires really lot of planning, and the planning doesn't happen at one point in time, but is really a continuous plan on becoming more and more learning city with involving more and more stakeholders, political actors, learning institutions, organizations who are employers in the city, the various communities, and it requires the learning city to sustain it. Requires really engagement of all stakeholders over long time. To support the engagement of the stakeholders and the citizens, it is recommended to organize many celebratory events that celebrate not just the foundation, the initiation of the learning city, but really contribute to the lifelong learning culture in the city. So they become part of the learning themselves, and they help highlight good practices within the initiative, so that those can be replicated by other communities and adopted by more and more learners. One of the important notions behind a learning city is accessibility to all citizens. So really an opportunity to focus on inclusion of all learners, not leaving any of them behind, and coming up with strategies how to really engage groups that have been maybe traditionally underserved by educational institutions or initiatives that are already in place in your beautiful cities. Learning City also is a great opportunity to embrace gender equality as an integral part of the action plan, to really think through how to provide more suited and equitable learning for women. The next or another continuous step, continuous activity of Learning Cities is establishing monitoring and evaluation process so that we can ensure that we understand how we are progressing, what are the next opportunities, what is so to say in the pipeline for the city, and how we are doing on the quality aspect of education. A very important part, of course, is ensure that there is sustainable funding in place for the Learning City, with really taking the long-term perspective. So we should be looking at various mechanisms on how to ensure resources that are needed to make the culture of lifelong learning a reality. As I said, the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning has, in collaboration with other actors and the learning cities themselves, the learning cities that already exist and thrive, and they are networked in a network of learning cities, where they can also share best practices between each other and visit and learn from each other. So the institute prepared resources for us. One of the very useful resources is a series of videos that was already mentioned in the short clip we just saw, and it seems to me like a great way to engage many stakeholders who otherwise we wouldn't maybe have a chance to meet with and discuss what they think, but we can approach them online and ask what do they think about such notion, and would cooperation be possible, or would they be interested in what ideas they have. Next to the videos, the Institute provides both guidelines for building the learning cities in more detail in the written form, and also a report on learning cities and achievement or contribution to achievement of sustainable development goals, and really a guide to action that can be useful to guide the committee of learning cities to make progress really towards the sustainable development goals. I would like to highlight just a few really key features of a learning city. One of the, I would almost say my favorite part about learning cities is the promotion of social dimension of learning. The way we can stimulate diversity and scale of learning opportunities that are not only online but in person or in hybrid, by renewing or opening or building new community spaces for learning, is really wonderful, and it can enable us to promote and facilitate not only top-down initiatives coming from educational institutions, but really bottom-up initiatives that come from the communities themselves. Ideally, in a learning city, every individual, every citizen can be empowered to be more aware about their learning needs, about challenges they are facing, and think about ways how learning can help them overcome those challenges. As I mentioned before, the learning cities have a global network that enables collaboration or exchange of good practices between cities, but also the dissemination of good practices within learning city is an important part that enables the growth and sustainability of the learning in the cities themselves. For that, political support and really stakeholder engagement is crucial, so that the learning city can contribute to multiple sustainable development goals. I would like to dive a little deeper on the social dimension of learning, because the social dimension of learning is contributing to sustainability of the learning itself. One of the things that makes learning cities sustainable around the world is creation of communities of practice that have a more long-term perspective, and in its nature, they strive to maintain the learning opportunities for the community. One of the interesting type of learning activities that are not as common in traditional learning institutions or educational institutions is intergenerational learning and community-driven projects. Many of those smaller initiatives rely on peer-to-peer learning models, and many of them rely on open access educational resources. What is then needed is for the learning city to make sure that there's a broad access to educational technologies that make the learning with open educational resources possible for the communities of practice and for the peer learning circles, or for any initiative that leverages peer learning and needs good quality open educational resources. I have mentioned that one of the key features of learning cities is their ability to contribute to many sustainable development goals. The primary or most obvious in the group of the 17 goals is the contribution to SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. And of course, SDG 11, which is our goal to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. But the real potential is for learning cities to contribute to all SDGs. I'm sure now you have many ideas on how exactly this could happen, because maybe from your perspective, or from your experience, or from where you belong in a disciplinary or interdisciplinary space, you might be having an idea on how to promote or how to contribute to a particular sustainable development goal in your area. And it would be great not to lose those ideas. So maybe take a moment to note these down for future discussion. And for us to think about how to fulfill this great potential to contribute to sustainability in all areas, we need to be aware that this does not happen by accident. So it requires a lot of thought and effort, really strong partnerships, and indeed strategic pursuit of each of the goals within the larger initiative. But under the umbrella of a learning city, this might be more feasible than in individual smaller initiatives, because the large initiative with commitment of various stakeholders, including political actors and policymakers and communities themselves, we have the possibility to facilitate and support and sustain many initiatives that on their own would not even materialize. A learning city can give life to communities of practice that would not be sustainable beyond 1 or 2 events. And hopefully many small and large initiatives can thrive and grow within a learning city. So for me, the opportunity to achieve scope and scale and sustainability of lifelong learning that might not be possible otherwise is the main argument to consider the, I'm sure, big and long-term effort that is necessary if we want to make a lifelong learning culture possible and make it the reality in the city where we live. I will now go to another point or another key message that is highlighted in the report on embracing a culture of lifelong learning by the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning. And that's transformation of schools and universities into lifelong learning institutions. And we know that universities already are lifelong learning institutions, or at least we know that universities play a role in lifelong learning culture. And I have a few reasons to focus on this area with you today. Mainly, I have some questions myself for you, and I would like to highlight recent research that comes from the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning, because in the past, or still, there is, or we feel there is a lack of research of the lifelong learning realities, and specifically then the roles of universities. The recent research I mentioned was published in summer this year. And these are 2 publications. One takes a quantitative perspective and one qualitative. The first one is a report on international trends of lifelong learning in higher education. It's a survey that was conducted a few years ago with many universities across the world, and gives us insight into the level or degree of implementation of lifelong learning, and the specific role or areas for improvement that came out from the data from the survey. And the second publication is a collection of 6 case studies that introduce in more detail the institutional practices of implementing lifelong learning in higher education. I have just a brief look at a little bit of the data from the report. So I hope you can see well. There's one one I think important insight that comes from the survey, which tells us that while we, or many universities, prioritize or focus on providing lifelong learning opportunities for some specific target groups, such as working people who require upskilling or reskilling. There's collaboration with organizations from the public and private sector for lifelong learning or education of their employees. And many institutions also specifically target women as a prioritized target group for lifelong learning activities at the universities. We also see from the data that many groups receive much lower priority, and the opportunities or the offer of lifelong learning from the higher education institutions is, let's say, underdeveloped. So this concerns the most excluded groups, persons with disabilities, persons who live in remote or deprived areas, ethnic and religious minorities, people who have not completed their education. They left the school early, and of course a group that grows now because of all the crises we are facing, and that's migrants and refugees, and another group of marginalized learners are former and current prisoners. So there is a lot of space, a lot of opportunities for improvement and for reprioritization of the target groups for lifelong learning at the institutions of higher education. Another interesting insight from the study is on where universities feel their strength and where they experience challenge. So institutions feel particularly strong about the institutional autonomy in designing the learning opportunities for lifelong learners. They feel they have a rather enabling culture with the right set of values. They have the political will and leadership and the technical capacity to deliver the learning opportunities. On the other side, the institutions struggle with financing for the lifelong learning initiatives, and they feel there is still lack of research of lifelong learning, and they would appreciate more expert involvement and involvement of employers or labor market in the lifelong learning provisions that the university offers. From the qualitative report, I just wanted to say those are 6 detailed, really well-structured case studies from universities in Asia, Europe, Middle East, and really all over the world, Africa, South America, North America. And when I was reading the case studies, I was thinking, because I was finding inspiration, I was wondering what inspiration can other readers find, and what can we all learn from such case studies, and how can we maybe compare the structure, the policies, the implementation in our institution to what other institutions in the world are doing and how they are doing it. So really my my question for you, maybe for another time or for the discussion after the presentation, could be how can we maximize the potential of our institutions for lifelong learning? And I know that you will have many great ideas, some that you're already implementing at your institution, some that you're thinking about, and maybe later some new ones if you find the time to read the current research. What I think is important to think about is the practical level of how the transformation of schools and universities into lifelong learning institutions actually happens. I mean, what is necessary is not only opening to all the communities, to all the groups, to really create inclusion, but also some revisions of curricula and transformation of pedagogies. The Institute suggests that we need really lifelong learning pedagogies, that educational institutions should integrate a greater diversity of informal and non-formal learning strategies in course design, teaching, and evaluation, so that we can create a natural continuation of learning across lifespan. These diverse learning strategies should then empower people to tackle diverse personal and professional and civic and really sustainability learning objectives. I am just checking how I am with time. I think I'll speed up now, but I want to take you for just a moment into research study that explores how people learn with audiobooks, which was one of the attempts that we did at Vrije Universiteit Brussels a few years ago, to find out what mobile learning strategies could equip our students with some more with learning strategies that are suitable also for the life after university. So this is a study on the actualization of affordances of audiobooks within a university course. The study happened within a course at Vrije Universiteit Brussels, which was delivered in English, where the English was a medium of instruction rather than the native language of the teachers and students. This mobile learning opportunity was a credit-bearing but optional course component, and students had a choice for audiobooks that were strictly relevant to the course topic. So they were non-fiction books, and they could participate in one or two, we call them audiobook clubs, to discuss what they are reading with their peers. When I first proposed to include audiobooks as an option for personalized pathways within our course, I didn't really expect the rather strong reactions that came from colleagues and students. But the questions along the lines of can students actually learn with audiobooks, and will they listen to the audiobooks, or will they prefer to read, kind of drove the initial discussion, which fleshed out a surprising gap in our knowledge, and that made it a good opportunity for research. But for us, the main research question was on how do students actualize affordances of audiobooks for mobile learning? And it was important for us to answer because, while all book modalities, audiobooks, ebooks, and printed books are portable, and then that means they're essentially mobile, the specific affordances for mobile learning differ significantly. Some affordances are unique to certain formats. For example, I can listen to an audiobook while walking, but I can only perform a full text search in an ebook. And you can, of course, scribble in a printed book, and maybe you can read the notes of previous owners. And it's important to understand the term affordance as a potential. So it generally refers to potential relationship between properties of an object and capability of a person to use the object or to use the educational technology. In course design, we hypothesize mobile learning affordances for diverse book formats as actions that are possible, but we should not really assume that all learners use a book or an audiobook the same way. It is important to examine if learners are able to take advantage of certain affordances and if they in reality indeed do so. Because what is an affordance for one learner may not be for another, depending on their ability, the need, the willingness or readiness to take the hypothesized action and then to sustain the hypothesized learning activity over time. The very broad question of how students actualize the affordances was answered a little unexpectedly for me, which comes from I would say a spectrum of learning practices that materialized, that the students reported as really evolving mobile learning practices, practices that changed over the course of their book reading or book listening, and also between books for those who participated in 2 of the modules. This was very encouraging because almost all students have had no prior learning experience with audiobooks, and we saw customization and personalization of learning practices that included not only reading or listening, as was I think the initial idea, but also a new social learning practice that we named co-listening, where students invited a family member or a friend to listen to the book together and discuss the content in the presence immediately after listening, not in the initial way that we designed it, which was a discussion in an online forum. Because this spectrum of learning practices includes also pre-listening or re-listening. So some students would listen to the book first and then read specific sections, or they would just listen to the book twice. Some students also read while listening, so they were not maybe able to do still another unrelated activity. They needed a full focus on their learning and listening that was also supporting them to overcome the language barrier that they were experiencing because they were not native language speakers. And again, some students decided to read instead of listening, and that's again a positive outcome, that so many students were able to finish some extra books, have some extra learning adventures in whatever modality they chose, or in combination of modalities. For us, these findings also have implications for time allocation, for budgeting of time within courses, because now we know to expect that students might need more than twice the length of the audiobook to finish reading and complete the related learning activities. A colleague provided us after the first round of research with a visual abstract that I wanted to share with you, that visualizes how and where students were learning. I think an important part of the research was not only the not only the primary question on how people learn with audiobooks, but also what limitations and constraints they experience as learners. And the students shared with us that while for many of them learning in English or reading in English was surprisingly possible, for many of them it was an added challenge or made some learning impossible. So, for example, they could read or listen to an audiobook in English at home in a quiet environment, but maybe not in a train. One of the main areas that we try to address now is the need to keep track of ideas from reading, keep track of ideas from the audiobook. So what we are doing, we are trying to transform the limitations and constraints into opportunities, kind of in the spirit of the report on embracing culture of lifelong learning. So I will take you very briefly into a current project at Leibniz University, where we try to create different versions of a mobile learning module that could be integrated within courses that focuses on development of transferable skills. In our case now, it's the courses on sports and sustainability, and the competency we develop is negotiation and conflict transformation, which is one of the key sustainability competencies as defined by UNESCO. In order to transform the limitation and the constraint of the technology into an opportunity, we have decided to provide students with supports for keeping track of ideas from the book. We have created several versions, and we are testing now several versions of mobile learning notes, which are really templates in either native language or a second language of the learner, where we create a more comfortable structure and structure that follows the book, so that they can not only easily find a place where to write their notes based on what they are listening to, but they can also revisit those at a later date when they want to review their knowledge or consult with the thoughts they've had while they were listening or reading, of course.
Sorry to interrupt, Miss Vladena.
Yes.
I think we're running out of time.
Okay.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
one more minute, and then I'll hand over. My apologies.
Right. I'll give you 1 minute to finish your presentation.
Thank you. So this gives us an opportunity to provide structure of the kind of thinking we want to encourage, and a regular structure that can help keep attention on the thinking that we want to promote. And we can this way also influence the scope and focus of the notes. And what we are trying to do it in a way that is content agnostic, so that if a student finds that this learning practice is meaningful for them, then they can repurpose the document for another book or for a podcast when they don't have access to audiobooks. But there are, of course, many podcasts and audio materials available as open educational resources now. So that's a benefit, that not only can students retain the notes after the course has finished, but they can also repurpose the tool for the future if they wish. And now I'll skip here, and I'll go straight to the questions I have for you. And even if we don't have time for a discussion of all of those now in our Q&A session, I would like to encourage you to think about learning practices for sustainability, but also about learning practices for sustainability of learning. So before I finish, before we go into Q&A, I'm wondering what you think, or what are your thoughts on how we will contribute to a shift towards culture of lifelong learning? What can we do in terms of research? How can we foster lifelong learning for sustainability via lifelong learning research? And another ongoing discussion could be useful on how we design courses and how our teaching methods support development of lifelong learning skills and lifelong learning practices. And then there's, of course, the question of inclusion on how do we prepare all learners to sustain learning across lifespan, so that anyone can learn anytime, anything, anywhere, in any way they wish, for any reason they may have. Thank you for attention, and I'll stop sharing. And hand over to Professor Imam.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vladina, for your insightful presentation talking about lifelong learning for sustainability. I think we will put the Q&A session at the end after we listen to Prof. Imam Bashar presentation. We have Prof. Imam with us here now. Prof. Imam, can you hear my voice?
I do.
All right. So I think I just I would like to briefly give information about Prof. Imam before you start your presentation. So Prof. Imam is an associate professor of religion at Notre Dame of Maryland University, and he taught courses on Islamic studies and comparative religions at several prominent universities in Maryland and DC. And today, this afternoon, Prof. Imam will talk about the integration of science and Islam in digital age, challenges and opportunities. Now I give the time to Prof. Imam to present his presentation. Probably for 40 minutes, Prof. Thank
Well,
you.
it depends. It's almost 1 a.m. here in Baltimore, Washington. So I'm going to forgive you with some of the time by just granting the speaker before me. I'm just trying to pronounce the name correctly. Vladina, right? Am I pronouncing it right? Well, I just would like to say it was really a pleasure to hear you before I speak from a holistic perspective. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa afdalu salati wa atamu taslim ala Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Almighty, the Compassionate, the Merciful, with His help and guidance, I start, and I would like to thank you for inviting me and for putting together this wonderful seminar and conference about this important topic. My talk, I guess, let me just go quickly, if I may share my screen to just say that this is about in the integration of science and religion. I'm greeting you from Civilizations Exchange and Cooperation Foundation in the Baltimore, Washington area, as well as from Al-Bashir Seminary that has also an interfaith and interfaith center and institute, in order to talk about the integration of science and Islam in the digital age, challenges and opportunities. Just a quick introduction. Civilizations Exchange and Cooperation Foundation started in the year 2000 when I was still campus imam at Johns Hopkins University, really to answer those who are talking about the clash of civilizations. I'm just trying to make sure I don't go beyond my time. To answer those who talk about the clash of civilizations. And I wanted to answer with a project that civilizations borrow from each other. Civilizations do not clash. Civilization enrich one another. So I wanted to take the American students to different countries to see by themselves, and also to talk about the lessons that have been, left by these civilizations in different parts of the world, and the factors that led to the rise of these civilizations, as well as the lessons and the factors that led to the fall of these civilizations, in order for us on the surface of this earth today, to learn from these lessons of the past in order to have a better present and better future. And that's why we study history. And that's why really my study and my teachings, Islamic studies here, it went a little bit one step further. Not only teaching, but also creating projects and programs through Civilizations Exchange and Cooperation Foundation. I would like to start by saying that your mind is really a gift from Almighty God to you, and it's up to you how you are going to use it. And just for your information, in Islam, the mind يعني هو مدار التكليف وهو مناط التكليف. Whenever a person has mind and intellect, then he or she are responsible to what they are doing. Once there is a problem in their mind or intellect, or they were born with a certain defects and diseases, then that means they are not as responsible as those who have mind and intellect. So I just wanted to say that really, from an Islamic perspective, the most honorable things you have is your mind and your heart, because through your mind and through your heart, you are able to know God and then to worship Him and honor His creation in order to create peace on the surface of this earth. So I would like also to say that the first thing revealed in the Quran was nothing to do with prayer or pilgrimage or Ramadan and fasting, but it has something to do with science. And that's where we read, بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. Read in the name of your Lord who created. خلق الإنسان من علق. Created man from a clinging substance of blood or a clinge of blood, and that has something to do with science, has something to do with the biology and your existence on the surface of this earth. And then the third verse, which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad when he was meditating in the cave of Hira, in the mountain of Nur, light. The third was by Archangel Gabriel, اقرأ وربك الأكرم. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous. الذي علم بالقلم. The one who taught by the pen and the use of the pen in order to write knowledge. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. It is He Almighty who taught the man which he or she knew not. And that's why knowledge and seeking knowledge is considered to be the most honorable thing in the 24 hours of each one of us. And here where also I would like to say that if you allow me just to read a few things that I have prepared for you here, that the lack of integration between religion and science is one of the causes of the decline in the condition of most of the Muslim societies today. Ignorance of the development of science and technology has made many Muslim societies today, not before, because we have the golden age, as you know, in Spain and Andalusia, Spain, Cordoba, Granada, and Damascus, Baghdad before. But the ignorance of the development of science and technology has made many Muslim societies today lag behind Western countries, and even they were colonized by them. And the challenge of Muslims is getting bigger with the emergence of the Industrial Revolution era 4.0, which demands the use of technological tools. And the integration of religion and science is one solution to restore the glory of these days that the Muslim communities enjoyed and catch up with the Western countries and other countries that applying science and technology. Islamic education has a central role in educating and developing Muslims. So it is necessary to build an ideal integration model with the Pesantrans in Indonesia, as well as other Islamic schools in other Muslim countries to achieve these goals. Religion is the paradigm in developing science so that it is oriented for the benefit of humans. And this integration provides great benefit for Islamic education, especially in the era of, again, Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is to create an ideal, effective, efficient Islamic education model and produce competitiveness. The word ilm in the Quran, which we call knowledge, but the word in Arabic is ilm, includes both religious and scientific knowledge, so that every Muslim, male or female, is obligated to study that kind of knowledge. And the Prophet himself, Prophet Muhammad, says, Talabul ilmi, seeking knowledge, not religious knowledge only, not secular knowledge only, no, but both. Seeking knowledge is an obligation on every Muslim, male or female. Talabul ilmi faridatun ala kulli muslimin wa muslima. So intellect is the source of knowledge through the universe, while revelation is the source of religion. So both of them come from Almighty God. There is no contradiction between the verses in the Quran from Almighty Allah and the universe that we live in, which is also part of Allah's creation. So almost in the 17th century, the colonialist powers inspired some of the Muslims, unfortunately, to separate religious education from the secular education. Islamic education, as it is, as we read it in the Quran, is really about integration of science, technology, digital age today in the religion, especially while we are again entering the Industrial Revolution era, which is full of technology and digital age and social media. This very fast technological development must be based on Islamic values. Islamic education must be able to take advantage of advances in science and technology for various Islamic purposes and for the convenience of teaching the religion of Islam, which unfortunately in some places, presented as religion of terrorism or Islamophobia. But in reality, Islamic education and the institutions that are teaching this education must be better transformed by developing various scientific and technological sciences so that Islam can master them and provide great benefit to mankind in this world and in the next. So if I may just, go back to my presentation. This is something I just wanted to share with you about our mind. So we have to ask, and asking and discovering and knowing every day more and more is a must. So the intuitive mind, as here we see it by Einstein, the intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift, which is, again, I go back to this, which is the gift of Almighty. That's kind of mind and brain that Almighty blessed each one of us to use it for the service of humanity. There are, of course, some challenges facing a lot of us, and especially in Indonesia and Malaysia and the Philippines and other places. I see the people always feeling shy. Shy to do what? Not to take initiative in their hands, just for different reasons, whether it is cultural or religious. And I really have seen during my wonderful visits to Indonesia how wonderful the culture and the people are, but sometimes they are shy to take the initiative, and somebody has to encourage. So we need encouragement to plan local, regional, or international programs. And those are really challenges I have found, and that's why I brought several programs in order to help the people who are lacking in engaging in interfaith and intercultural programs, in order to have these kind of exchanges and create this kind of leadership style within themselves. This will help us to find partners on different levels, whether it is local or global, as we are going to come to that. So Bisantrans and other, schools really have to improve their English language in order to communicate with the rest of the world. Those are just some of the challenges that I wanted to share with you, keeping in mind the constraint of the time. But of course, there are opportunities also waiting all of us. And that is the most important thing, the collaboration and partnership. I have seen so many opportunities for collaboration with people who you didn't know before, or you were shy to talk to. But once you start talking, once you start interacting, once you start traveling with them, you will see that, wow, there are a lot of opportunities for partnership, collaboration, and writing these grants together. And not only that, but by doing so, for me as a Muslim, this is part of my worship. I mean, as Almighty asked me to pray 5 times and fast in the month of Ramadan, He asked me also to reach out to others and just leave the comfort of my home and just go out and speak to strangers for the sake of knowing each other. As we see in verse 13, chapter 49, Ya ayyuhan nas, O mankind, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha, we made you and created you from male and female, وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا, and we made you nations and tribes that you may know one another, in order to help one another and to partner and collaborate with one another, so you will create peace and mercy on the surface of this earth. That our Prophet was really described in the Quran as وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We have sent you as mercy for mankind. Mercy through knowledge, mercy through finding different ways every day that will create ease and comfort for the sons of Adam and Eve. So many youth in Indonesia, I have seen them are ready to work with others, and others are ready to work with Indonesia. But before I go to my second point, I just wanted to let you know, I travel all over the world through my programs with different US embassies around the world, and I really have seen some areas I don't see Indonesians at all. Take, for instance, Africa. I don't see a lot of programs, but that brings Indonesians to Kenya, to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Ethiopia. But I see a lot of Indians, I see a lot of Chinese, I see other nationalities, but this is where really something we have to keep in mind, that it is our responsibility to reach out in order to collaborate and make our world a better place. Indonesia is the largest Muslim country, but should lead the way. And we have to keep in mind that really prosperity is through diversity. And it is wonderful to see diversity in Indonesia, but also there are diversities all over, but it is our responsibility to reach out. I just wanted to share with you something quickly about these kind of programs. Of course, we have close to 15 programs. I just chose for today one program. We call it Better Understanding for a Better World. And that brings students from 68, but that now we are reaching out to 76 countries. And these conferences, we do it all over the world, as well as in Baltimore, Maryland, as well as in California, in San Diego, as well as in Florida. And the next conference is going to be also international. After Kenya is going to be in Bali, in Indonesia, hopefully 2024 in February. The point is, it's not enough only to talk about the integration of religion and science, but also you have to get up and share and join and talk with youth from other nationalities and other religions and other cultures, how we can work together to bring more technology, more inventions in order to make our lives a better place. I really would like to stop here in order to answer more questions. So I will, of course, you will have my contact information with the organizers, but this is just for all of you. But I'm really looking forward to the Q&A, because there are a lot of things to cover in this wonderful topic. But I always like also to leave more time to hear from the students what's in their minds, to hear from the participants what they would like the speakers to talk about, and I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Imam, for the insightful presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to our two distinguished speakers, Prof. Imam and also Ms. Vladina. Now it's time for question and answer or discussion, as both of the topics are very interesting. Let me check in the chat box, but you can also ask directly to Prof. Imam or Ms. Vladina. We have one in the chat box, a question from Ibu Evi to Ms. Vladina. The question is there any specific measurement either to a person or group, whether she or he or they have committed to lifelong learning or not, especially when the lifelong learning is informal or non-formal?
Thank you for the opportunity to engage in questions and answers. And thank you, Ibu Evi, for the very good question. It really is an important one. As I said, research is lacking in the area of lifelong learning, especially research coming from all over the world. So there is a concentration of research that is not helpful for our knowledge in this area. Specifically for the measurement, I think we need to develop really diverse and better measurement tools for lifelong learning, for groups and for individuals, as you say, and for communities or even for learning cities. Universities do have some tools that they use for measuring, which are I would say mirroring the measurements that the universities use for their formal education for the most part. But it is important also to recognize that some learning can be difficult to measure, but we can describe it and or we can observe it and describe it. We can observe how the learning is then enacted in real life. And I would encourage learners to be mindful of their learning and maybe keep track of their learning, not only in their heads and their thinking, but engage their mind in maybe reflective writing or in collecting learning artifacts from their learning journeys and creating portfolios that that will not only be used as a sort of qualitative measurement, if that's a thing, but to really encourage and support the learner on their learning journeys in whichever direction they go, and to support their thinking along the lifespan. Thank you for the question, Ibu Levi.
Thank you, Ms. Vladina, for the response. And I would like to invite all the participants. We do have a lot of students at this moment. Maybe anyone would like to share, as Prof. Imam said, your experience whether related to lifelong learning practices, or maybe about the integrating or the role of the young generation. Anyone?
I can say something else. I wanted to give the participants more time, but if not, I can just say something else. Hopefully they will ask more questions.
Yeah, we do hope that all participants can have an active participation in discussion here. But I think we don't have anyone yet to share their opinions. So maybe Prof. Imam, you have something to say?
I really, from an experience visiting Indonesia and seeing the interest of America to invest in Indonesia, I really would like the youth to make trips and to visit South Korea or to visit Japan, and to see how the youth over there are working very hard in order to do something, important for them, important for their country. And I really believe that Indonesians are able to do that and more. And they have to get into that competition by traveling and interacting. And I will advise them to go to those two countries next to them, South Korea and Japan. And to keep in mind that they are part of ASEAN. And ASEAN is one of the most important organizations in the world. But we have to, again, that's why I put this part of the challenges, number one, that is the issue of shyness. So I would like to tell all of your listeners, please, 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 keep in mind that the whole world is waiting for you. And keep in mind that G20 last year came to you. And it is about time for you to come to the world and for you to leave the comfort of your zone and study every day, as we read in the Quran, وَقُلْ رَبِّ زِدْنِي عِلْمًا. Say, oh Allah, increase me in knowledge every day. That's our prayers, what we pray in the morning. Oh Allah, increase me in knowledge. You cannot rely on the knowledge of yesterday only. You have to talk about today. What is today? And what is the knowledge of today? What is the message? What is the inspiration from Almighty today? I really have seen a big difference between Malaysia and Singapore. Malaysia and Singapore. Look at the Malay in Singapore and how different they are from the Malay in Malaysia. Why? Because the culture in Singapore is more rigorous. People are more, hardworking. The same when I went to Singapore, I just saw a lot of similarities between the communities in Singapore and the communities in the United States. Because here you are part of all of these, companies, you are part of Silicon Valley companies, you are part of different businesses, so you have to always compete. So that kind of competition will be really so much needed in Indonesia and Malaysia, and especially by integrating and trying to compete. So that kind of competition in knowledge and science and technology and advancement is really integrated within religion. Allah says, وَفِي ذَلِكَ فَلْيَتَنَافَسِ الْمُتَنَافِسُونَ. Let the people compete in the good things. So that's my
that's sort of motivation to all.
1 sense in order to encourage students to question that.
We have one participant raising up. Bu Wahyuningsi, you would like to give a direct question or a comment to our speakers?
He has to unmute.
Yes, your microphone. You need to. It's still mute. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much for Miss Atik for the opportunity. I would like to say hi and Alhamdulillah. I am very happy for having you here, Prof. Imam, and also Fladena. Thank you so much for the fulfilling the invitations. Thank you so much for being with us today. Alhamdulillah, we can meet again virtually. Right. There is another person actually asking a question, Bu Evi. I think maybe Bu Atik will read that again to you, Prof. Imam. But in relation to the topic itself, I would like to ask the very interesting questions to me myself actually. In Indonesia, there are more than 3,000 pesantren, and many of them actually has the point of view that the integration between knowledge which can be categorized into general knowledge, mostly developed by Western people or let's say non-Muslim people. And then when it is integrated into Islamic values or in Islamic educations, and some of those institutions, and maybe we are, even at UIN itself, maybe some of us think that the integration itself is not going to be good, for the sake of the faith of the Islamic value in Muslim generation itself. And how can we try to avoid this kind of skepticisms among the Islamic people who actually has a very great have a very great influence to other Muslim generations? For example, many parents do not let their children to go abroad to the Western country to have a kind of the student exchange, maybe, or maybe they do not allow to have a master degree or doctorate degree to the Western country because they are afraid when they come back they will not put the value of Islam no more in their daily life. So this is kind of a challenging thing for us as a parents, also as an educator actually, Prof. And of course, as the principle of the lifelong learning, just like the Fladena mentions before, this is not in line with that principle. But actually in Islamic value itself, we are being taught, start from the very beginning, that this is actually our way of life. But why not every people who are considered a great influence feel in the same way? And how can we try to avoid this kind of skepticism, or make it decrease or reduce this kind of skepticisms in our community, in Muslim community? Maybe that's my questions to you and as well as to the Fladena actually. And thank you again, once again, for fulfilling the invitations for you, Prof. Imam and Fladena. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Are you
wabarakatuh.
Dr. Wahyu?
Yes, sir, Prof. She is Ibu Wahyu Ningsi.
Okay, nice meeting
One of
you
the
after a
committee.
long time. Ms. Vladina, may I start? Okay. I just came back from Egypt doing training for 21 students from Indonesia who are coming to study for 3 months in Egypt, but they came to take our course here on this. Let me put this picture on the screen and share this. That's why I love really the Q&A, because it helps me to share something now. As you see, we have, can you see it? So we have the School of Religious Diplomacy for Leadership Development and Global Cooperation. This is a program we call International Observer Program. But again, School of Religious Diplomacy for Leadership Development and Global Cooperation. This is a program that we are starting here in the Washington area. Actually, tomorrow morning, our time tomorrow morning, for you today, this evening, I have a meeting at the State Department in order to talk about these programs in Europe, in France, Belgium, and Holland, because some people came to us. My point is this. Unfortunately, just to answer your question, and I'm not sure if anybody told you this, but unfortunately, scholars who are graduate from Al-Azhar University and from Saudi universities and Arab universities, I'm talking about Islamic universities, they themselves did not have programs and exchange programs in the United States and in Europe. They stayed within their peers, either from the Saudis or Egyptians or Moroccans, but they did not interact with Americans and Europeans today. I'm not telling you to come and learn Hadith and Quran in America and Europe, but I'm telling you to come and understand the society and learn how you are going to do lita'arafu, to know one another, and learn how you are going to start partnership between your university and their universities. Come and learn how you are going to do exchange. Come and learn how you are going to do peace building together. You see what I'm saying? This kind of exchanges, unfortunately, I did not see it with Al-Azhar and with Saudi universities. So you have people who went and they studied from Indonesia in those countries and they came back. They brought with them wonderful knowledge, Arabic, Islamic studies, Quran, blah, 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 but they did not bring with them how to connect with the societies in the United States and in Europe, and how to understand the difference between France and Holland, because there is a big, maybe Vladina can see that big difference. We have the same BOBW in France, Belgium, and Holland. In each country, we are discussing different topics that is really suitable for that country. So my point is this: the curriculum for religious institutions in the Middle East did not have diversity and interaction with Europeans and Americans. And really, we are paying the price. We are paying for the price for that in Syria. The war in Syria that you have seen for the last 10 years and plus, what happened in Libya, what will happen in Yemen, because unfortunately, even the religious leaders at the beginning of all of these, if you want to call it revolutions, or if you want to call it Arab Spring, which was falsely called Arab Spring, did not understand also the global system. They understood Quran and Arabic and Hadith and religious studies, but they did not understand global diplomacy. They did not understand global partnership and cooperation. So I don't see scholars from the Arab world and the Muslim world. They come to California and have meetings with Hollywood, just for example, in order to explain to them why you are making those, movies that always present Islam in the face, in the shape of terrorism and violence and against women, horrible toward women. And how come that the Quran that spoke about Surah An-Nisa, there is a whole chapter called women. How come always you present a woman in the media in such a way that they are, harassed, or they have no rights, they are oppressed, the typical images? Because I have seen it with my wife. My wife, who was, before she became Muslim, I met her when she had her scarf when I came to this country. And she tells me that when she was working in a church, she saw one afternoon a book about Muslim women. And she thought to herself, oh, Muslim women. Oh, I feel sorry for those women. She said, that's how I grew up to think that Muslim women are. She said, but when I picked up the book and I started reading, she said, at the end, I was really ashamed of myself. Is that how women are treated in Islam? Really? She bought another book and another book and another book. And then later on, she became Muslim on her own, and she was still in the church, and she put the scarf. That's another story. They made a movie about her. But the point is, who's going to teach us how to reach out to others and partner and collaborate? That's why, we are having those kind of programs here in the United States in order to encourage people to get out of their comfort zone. And that's why I'm talking about Indonesia, because exactly what you are saying, you were told since you were young, either about others or, as you know, the Salafis and the Wahhabis, everybody is kafir. And everybody you cannot talk to, and they are this and they are that. Where is that coming from? I mean, the Quran is telling me to go and reach out, and the Quran is speaking about intercultural and interreligious marriages. I mean, how I'm going to marry from the people of the book, a Christian or Jewish, and my children in the house, their mother is Christian or their mother is Jewish, from the people of the book. The Quran is saying it's okay. So again, we really need to understand how we are going to reach out in order to collaborate. And today, for your information, there will be no peace and understanding unless Muslims and Christians work together for a better world.
Thank you, Prof. Imam, for your response.
Thank you.
I think I would like to give a chance to Ms. Vladina to respond.
Thank you. I almost hesitate to follow the professor, but there is when you formulated your question, when you asked about the optimism that is needed to accomplish the integration in a good way, because I have little experience or expertise in that sense, from myself. But what resonated with me was the need for the optimism for that very challenging and complex task, and that is similar, or I feel that is similar to the need we need when we are trying to achieve the very challenging and complex goals of sustainability that we have. I think those can be maybe in a similar way daunting, because they might feel as almost impossible. We might feel that we have little control, that we ourselves cannot change a lot. And I've been reading a wonderful book from Christiana Figueres, who was the chief negotiator of the Paris Agreement 8 years ago. And what she focuses us on is really developing a strong vision for the future that we can get behind, and really work on the constructive, positive mindset that will make us more active, that will empower us to make the changes that we wish to see. And from a lifelong learning perspective, I'm wondering if you can develop communities of practice that have the development of that mindset and support of the members of the community in its mission and in its program. So on the basis of the feeling of the similarity, I would make this suggestion, but if I didn't get it right, I apologize.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Fadina, and also Prof. Imam. We're running out of time, over time, but I would like to thank both our distinguished speaker, Prof. Imam Bashar, and also Ms. Fadina, for sharing the knowledge, the information, and the experience. And also thank you to all participants who are still with us up to this point. So I think that ended up this session, and I hand it over to MC.
Thank you very much, Professor Imam and Mrs. John, for delivering exceedingly valuable insight today at the ending of this session. And we would like to deliver our symbol of gratitude and appreciation by giving an e-certificate. So the operator will share screen for Professor Imam and also for Ms. Fladena and also Ms. Atik as our moderator today. And this will be delivered by Ms. Yanti Herlanti, please.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Yanti Herlanti, time is yours.
Bu Yanti, mikrofonnya masih di mute ya. Punten.
Hostnya pakai host atau
Hey. Thank you very much, Prof. Imam. We got a lot of insight from the presentation, and the opening is very interesting, and how join in global partnership and collaboration. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure and honor to be here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Fladena. I hope the correct spelling. Yeah. Thank you very much, Fladena, for sharing knowledge today. We got many information for the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next, Ms. Atik, yeah. Ms. Atik, thank you very much as moderator in the session. It was nice and powerful discussion.
Thank you, Ibu.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Atik, Ms. Fladina, Professor Imam, and also Ms. Yanti. For the ending of the session, I'd like to ask and invite all participants maybe to turn on your camera, because we're going to take a screenshot. Yes, because this is an online meeting, so we're going to have a screenshot as our documentation. All right, I'll help to count until 3, and I want you to give your best smile to your screen. 1, 2, 3. All right, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, how wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the whole committees, we would like to address our greatest thanks for your time and for your willingness to share your valuable insight throughout this event, this pre-ICEMS 2024. This is the closing agenda for today's keynote speaker sessions. The agenda will then be proceed to the parallel session, which will be held hybrid, online and also offline. The link for the parallel session, which is held online, will be shared in each WhatsApp group. So for all the participants, please pay attention to your WhatsApp group if you want to join the parallel session as well. And it will be started around 1:30 p.m. I am Anafa Shahdila Rahman, and I'm really glad to be the MC for pre-ICEMS today. I had a truly fruitful discussions with all the participants and great speakers right here. And I'll see you on the other events. I'm signing out. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. This was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fadina.